Hey, hello. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Hello. How are you? They're on the YouTubes. Hey, Halt. How are you? All right. Cool. Got everything. 2%, and we're good. I think we should be good now. Again, nice. Yes, we're going again. Never enough. Never enough streams. We're gonna have a really chill session tonight. I promise I won't get angry at questions like I did the last time. Promise it won't happen. Get my hands ready. Who else is dealing with incredibly dry hands lately? Because I am. I have to like moisturize my hands every maybe 6 or 7 times a day now. It's just like constant washing. You're good? That's awesome. I'm great. Yeah, no, I'm just really chill. We're gonna have a chill sculpting session. I encourage all of you guys to kind of join me in just like drawing or sculpting or whatever it is that you want to do, because this goes like a 4-hour long stream. If you wanted company, some good background noise, it's gonna be that stream. We're not gonna spaz out today. We're gonna be nice and zen, because hella stress. We don't want that. Don't want none of that. You have just one single dry finger. Better like dunk it in moisturizer or something. I've had that before too. I've had that. Hey Reaper. Hey Paulo. Hey Arthur. Vent and lotion, yeah. Alright. Hey Salem. How's home life for everybody? Becoming a homebody? You enjoying your dens? You enjoying your setups? I think now more than ever is the time to realize what you're missing in your home life. More than any time before, it's now. You know, you figure out, hey, you know, I think maybe I did need to take a little bit more care of that hardwood. Like, maybe I did need to like spice up one wall of the living room to make it a little bit more homey. Maybe I did need those plants. But yeah, delivery still works. All right. An ergonomic chair, right? I mean, this IKEA one is not so bad. I just think that maybe I need like some padding right here for my arm, because this elbow's taking a beating. Yes, he is a Monty's. Is the Monty's wanting to say hi early? Is that what the Monty's wanting to do? The Monty's is wanting to say hi early. Now you're giving up. Come up here. Oh, you did. Yeah, there he is. There he is. Yes, a good bear. Wow, you love self-isolation, don't you? This is your favorite time. This is like a dream come true for you. Yeah. Monty loves personal space. He likes it when nobody approaches him in the park when he's doing his business. It's his favorite thing. Down now. Nice try. Hey, I'm gonna scooch in. I don't want to run you over. Come on, I don't want to run you over. There we go. Because he gets to spend all of his time. Yeah, I'm like always home. I was always home before too, but like now I'm like really almost always home. Doesn't have to pee with strangers. Exactly. He doesn't have to deal with any of that mumbo jumbo nonsense. Strangers won't be bothering him. I don't really know what I'm gonna do, so I'm just gonna go really like relaxed on this one, see what happens. Just like all of them, we're just pulling and pushing points, kind of seeing what the craziness creates for us. Maybe it'll be cool, maybe it won't be. We won't know until much later on. I feel like this is, there we go. All right. We were on max. Sometimes that happens when you're just kind of like sculpting away on stuff, and then you tab out and tab back in. Your pen pressure kind of like dips, and then it decides that everything needs to be really, really like strong, like max pressure. Then you just fix it by tabbing out and tabbing back in again. At least that's how I've been fixing mine. Oh, there might be another way of doing that, but it's kind of what's been Gucci gang for me. Tassos, you work on a ref or it's in your head? Yeah, we're just going off of our head right now. It's just for fun sketching stuff, you know. What episode are we on? It should say... Oh, no, it doesn't. Good question. Check on YouTube. It's logic. Last one was... Oh, I don't know. It doesn't even say on the title anymore. I don't know, man. Probably like 105 or something like that. 3:45. Where are you at? That's early or late. How am I? I'm great. I'm just really like trying to chill today. Had to go to the store to pick up packages because they don't do delivery to your house. It's like, you know, there's like the whole like thing now, right? And that was a lot. It was a lot, and I didn't like it, and I want to stay home. I don't like it. I have a problem. When you do a mask, it masks from front and back. How can you fix that? So the best way to like deal with okay, so you're saying like, you know, when you're maybe like this thing, right? And then you do a mask here, and then it's masking in the back. The only thing that I would say that would help that is if you put back face masking on. Let me just try it really quick. Yeah, then you can get that to work, so then you won't have that issue. So whatever's on the other side, it won't mask. So in order to enable back face masking, go into your brush palette menu, and then you can kind of scroll down into auto masking, and inside of auto masking, you're gonna find back face masking right here. And you can just kind of click that. Sorry, I'll scroll that up. Back face masking right here. And you can just click that, and but make sure that you're holding control so your mask pen is selected. while you do that, and then you can put that on. I have that in my UI just because I use it so frequently for different brushes, and when you don't want to be using it, you're going to have to turn it off for certain brushes and turn it back on as well. Like it's not like when you turn it on, it's like on for all your brushes. You're gonna have to do it for each individual one. Hey, Kung Fry. Hey, Axel from Mexico. Nice. What's my favorite and most used texturing software? I use a combination of obviously like Photoshop for really simple things or fixing certain things up. You know, painting over some bakes, like if you need to, and otherwise I'll just be in Substance. Substance is definitely by far my favorite. I'm gonna like make head like super round. This entire thing. Push it out more. Like even this, like I don't wanna. In this area, I'm gonna like do like a really quite a bulbous like head. I think that would be kind of interesting. Bulbous head. ZBrush poly paint stream. If you want some good ZBrush poly paint streams, Pablo actually on this channel has done like a lot of really good ones. I'm gonna like this like his area, like pull his down to what we're doing right now is looking for some interesting shapes. How often do I draw? I draw quite often. I haven't for maybe like a month now though. Just because of the amount of like client work that I've had to do. Like I don't have a ton of time. But I really thoroughly enjoy drawing and painting. So I don't just sculpt, that's for sure. Does anybody else here specifically like draw or paint or like to kind of dabble in all of it? I think this here go in. There we go. This guy, we will dot again. Hey Green, thank you. Hey, I know. How are you? Hey Cass. Hey Doom. Missed the beginning of it. It's okay. It's gonna be slow. It's gonna be chill today. We can chill. We can chill. Low energy. Can I show how to use transpose? You mean the do you mean the gizmo or do you mean the transpose line, like the ruler? You like to sketch your Houdini projects with pencil and ink prior to modeling? Yeah, I know a lot of people like to. I've started in Sketch before I go into 3D as well. It's nice because then you're essentially just improving what you've already done, right? You've already kind of got like a little bit of like a layout. Drawing anatomy is good for combination with sculpting, like learning much faster and stuff, at least for me. Yeah, I agree. I mean, transferable skills, it's not necessarily your technical skill that's jumping over, but rather your ability to observe your, you know, what you've already learned with anatomy and things like that. Like your visual library is jumping over, right? And that's really important. But your technical skills, like, you know, if you want to get good at sculpting, you gotta sculpt, but everything else relating to it, you can always do that in another medium. So if you like using multiple mediums, like, you know, sculpting and, you know, drawing or whatever, and you didn't want to just do sculpting, do it in drawing too. And so like, okay, so you're saying the transpose tool. So if you're talking about the gizmo, you know, you can just like, you can press one of the many things. So Q is obviously draw, W will be move, E, R, rotate, scale. You know, these things, like, it'll all just activate the gizmo in 2020. And essentially, like, it's the same thing that how you would use it in any other software, the same way that you would use a gizmo in any other software, where these are the move buttons, these are the scaling buttons, this is overall scaling, and this is overall moving. So if I were to grab his eyeballs, right, and then I do an overall move, it'll move like wherever, right? Now there's no symmetry active, so there's symmetry active, right? And then, you know, if you wanted just strictly on the y-axis, then you could do it like this. If you wanted it strictly in the z-axis, you know, then you do it like this, or the x-axis, right? And then if you wanted to scale them, like that's the middle button. It's pretty straightforward stuff. And then up here you have like a whole bunch of things like what's really nice is the move the gizmo to the center of the object that you're using. I really enjoy this one because, you know, even if my gizmo was over here, if I wanted it to be in the center of whatever it was that I'm doing, you just click the pin and then it'll go to the center of that, which is really nice for spherical transforms and things like that. Home will just, like, you know, so what I'm doing here too, by the way, is you can see that this lock unlock is going on and off. So when you're holding Alt, it will unlock. So that means that it won't be attached to the like the gizmo won't be attached to the model. So you can freely move it wherever you want. However, if I don't have Alt held down and then I start moving things, it will start moving the object. So let's say my gizmo is over here and I wanted it to go to the origin of the, like, the axis origin of the world, like the 0, 0, then you just click home. It'll go into like the middle. And then if you wanted like your mesh to go there, then you just click that, but he's already there. So if I had moved him, like if I moved this over here and then I click home, it'll go back. And then, you know, you can reset the mesh orientation. So like, let's say I had it turned like this, and you just click that and it'll snap back to 1, 1. And if you wanted to move the gizmo in any way, it's really easy. You just hold down Alt and then you start rotating it and moving it in any way you want. So then this is like really nice for, like, you know, arm rotations and things like that as well, like moving things. That's pretty much it for the basics. Then there's also this, which is transpose all selected. So really what all that, like the only thing that does is it grabs everything. So if I click that, then I can now move every single subtool that's highlighted. Let's say hold on, let me like duplicate a couple of these guys. I'll put this over here. Okay, so like let's say I wanted to move everything but these ones over here, then I could clear my selection, Control Shift drag will clear my selection, Control Shift holding this down will, then you can just tap on the subtools that you want to select and add to that selection, that transpose selection. Selecting again will, you know, unselect it, and then you can just move that without the other one, or you could add it and whatever, they'll all move together, right? So that's what that does. Let me delete that. And then the last thing is the customize menu, which is just a bunch of deformers and things like that. And you can dive further into that on the website that is down there, right there, pixelogic.com/zclassroom. We'll be able to help you out a lot more, get you more information about all of that than I should spend on this stream alone. How do I usually pose a character in ZBrush without having any reverse schematics in place? Not general, but how do you do it? Okay, so how I usually pose a character is I will get my character to kind of like a state where I'm like, okay, well, I don't really need to like bother with symmetry as much anymore. Like, I don't really care about like if I have to do like tertiary details like individually and things like that, that's fine. So once my character is like, you know, fine in like a neutral pose and I have it all laid out the way that I want to, then at that point I will start to do as much as I can with the transpose tool, like I just showed you with the pizza boxes, like selecting certain thing as well, which respects masking. If it's a more complex character though, then I will usually go into the transpose master right here and I'll T-pose the mesh, which essentially just puts every single subtool into one subtool, but it still respects every single subtool as its own polygroup. And so then that makes it really easy to select and deselect things when you are posing it as one subtool, but masking things to then rotate arms and rotate, like, you know, the pelvis and things like that. Like, it makes it a lot easier. There's always going to be sculpting. You're gonna have to re-sculpt things on top of it no matter what. It's just, you know, that's just how it is. So posing comes down to a little bit of, you know, sculpting as well. Like an evil ET vampire. Hey Jace, how are you? Hi Sal. Hey Chris. Hey Javid. Baymax here. How are you doing? I'm good. Hey Mick. No, we're just chilling. We're just chilling, you know? You know? So, who else is playing Animal Crossing right now? Or are you guys on that Doom train? Didn't get Doom, got Animal Crossing. Hi IBM. Favorite Pokemon and why haven't I done a sculpt of it? Oh no! Favorite Pokemon? Oh no, it's a difficult question. You're right, Fudge. Let me think. Definitely not gonna be of like the more recent generations because I am an out of touch boomer at this point when it comes to the new Pokemon. I don't know. I am good up until generation 3 and then everything becomes a blur. So new Pokemon, eh? Or favorite Pokemon. Thinking. I think it might have to be Nidoking, to be honest with you. Other than that, maybe I like Typhlosion. I like Feraligatr. I like Nidoking. I'm trying to think. For Gen 3, was there anything that like I used all the time? Oh my gosh. Charizard was never really a favorite of mine. I mean, I like him, but I was always like, I remember when I was younger, it always like bothered me how tiny his wings are for his body size, which is like really stupid because it's like, it's a Pokemon. Like, why are you thinking like that? And I had like body image issues, so the fact that he was like large, I was just like, why do you have a belly? Why do you have a belly? Me when I'm younger. Oh god, I can't remember what were the now I'm googling it on Gen 3 because I know that they're like, I'm just like completely blanking right now. There's this dead ass, like there's definitely, okay, let's look. We've got these guys. Oh, I didn't like them. Oh, I hated the crawfish one. That one creeped me out every single time. Every single time I ran into it, I hated it. Yeah, you know what? I don't think, oh, the Viper. I really liked Viper. That's what I really liked Viper. And Argon or Airgon or whatever that. Gosh, I can't remember. Oh, I'm gonna say Nidoking because like, yeah, the amount of times I've drawn Nidoking is disgusting. Slowpoke? Really? Why? Why Slowpoke? Because it's stupid? Is that why? Yeah, that would be a pretty like cool Pokemon to sculpt. I don't know, I just feel like everybody sculpts Pokemon that like I wouldn't do as good of a job as like other people do of like just sculpting Pokemon. Like, you know, one of the better like kind of like Pokemon sculpting people that I know of is Mikhail. He's so good. He recently did like a Golbat. have a reference. Nah, we're just sketching, going off of whatever the heck we want. Am I good at drawing? I mean, I feel like I'm like competent enough that I can like do more than just draw clip art. I wouldn't say like I'm a I'm like a professional draftsman, but I really do enjoy drawing. He's not stupid, he's a beast. He does have that crazy slowpoke you're talking about, right? Like, he does have that crazy high defense. If it wasn't for the quarantine and you couldn't be watching a stream, what a shame. Oh, but what a shame that you have to be watching my stream right now. Like, what would Pokemon Xenomorph look like or something? Nah, man, like, that's not that's not for me. Like, I really love Alien, but I'm also not the kind of person that's gonna go out of my way to make a Xenomorph alien looking Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like, that's the amount of times that that's already been done and done so successfully. Like, it's not something that gets me really excited. There's so much of that. I'm constantly juggling shift, control, and alt with your left hand, or do you have other shortcuts? Yes. I definitely am constantly. Actually, you can't even, there's no like words on my shift or control key anymore. They're blank. Like, everything else has like writing on it, but my shift and control keys are blank. Because of like my hands are constantly on them, right? Like, constantly on top of them. And same with the alt key, but shift and control specifically are like blank on my keyboard. It's pretty funny. If you've got like a tablet like this though, or even one that's like on your desk, and it's got like buttons on the side, you could always just like map it to one of the buttons. Maybe that would be easier for you, but I absolutely despise using the buttons. I'd rather use my keyboard. I'm gonna try and get this to look a little better. So here's an example of me using the transpose just to move things around. If you guys would prefer the free synthwave tracks, then I'll put that on. Like, I don't know, I just kind of clicked the free chill tracks. I don't really know what it is that we're listening to, so if you don't like this, I can put the synthwave one back on. I don't know which would be better. Hey Mars, welcome. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. What's your biggest weakness when it comes to sculpting? Do you mean like technically? Like, you know, like what thing is it that I'm the weakest at technically? Or do you think like, are you saying like just in general, like when it comes to sculpting practices? Because when it comes to technicalities right now, my weakness will always be changing, because again, like I had said in other streams, you're gonna want to, like, whatever you're weak at, you're gonna want to focus on, right? Like, don't avoid it. If you find yourself weak at something, then you're gonna want to just focus on that, and until it's not a weakness anymore, right? So I'd say right now my weakness would be feet, like human feet. So hopefully that won't be my weakness anymore in a bit. But feet are definitely tricky. They're very, very tricky, and I don't like to avoid them. I want to kind of like do a little bit better with them. And hooves, you know, just working out like a good horse hoof is very tricky for me. But I'm hoping that will improve over time. And then in terms of just general sculpting, I'd say staying excited about one concept for more than like when it's my personal work, staying excited about more than one, like, or focusing on one concept for a period of time that's longer than, like, I don't know, the sketch period, you know? Actually, I think we're gonna do some iron funds. Do I meditate or something during the day to regain focus? Does napping count, like caffeine naps? If I'm like really struggling during a day, like during a work day, and like I'm really tired and like my brain's all over the place, I'll either make a coffee or a strong tea for myself, let it cool a little bit, and then drink it all really fast, and then fall asleep, and then wake up like 30 to 40 minutes later, completely like jolted up and ready to like work again. You talk about what you find attractive in the silhouette of the design that I push for. So I've talked about this in streams before, but ultimately what I'm looking for is, and now this is really going to change person from person, but I have found that I really gravitate towards very strong shapes. So if we zoom into here, you can see in the corner over here is the silhouette that we're working on right now, right? So here, let me try and like make my cursor really small so I can kind of do this. So you can see right here, you know, how there is this negative space along with this overall kind of arcing. I really like to look for interesting shapes with the negative space along with the actual sculpt itself. So the fact that this is kind of creating a curve in the negative along with a curve in the positive, but they're contrasting each other in a way where one is like, you know, more of like a tighter curve, and the other one is wider, I guess is the best word to use for it. And then you have other shapes on top of that as well, kind of like helps to bring things together. Now these lines are all kind of leading up to here, and there is this little bit of like a dividence here, right? Like this little like divot kind of helps you rest on the eye and not continue downwards, right? Like you rest here. So if you think about it, like you're climbing a mountain, right? If you were kind of coming up here, you could rest here and wait, right? Where the face is. So the face is right here. So when you're going up, and you kind of find a complexity in this area. So you wait there, and then you can kind of continue onwards. This is really smooth, right? So there's complexity, and then there's not very much complexity. So it gives your eye a break after taking in a lot of information in one small condensed area. And you move on to a break area, and then down and around, and you can see how when you're working with silhouette, you're focused on, like, you know, lines, and how those lines and shapes are leading your eye around. What's the difference between the mouse and keyboard and the Wacom? Sculpting with a mouse would be incredibly difficult because you don't have pen pressure. That's the big difference. Have I tried Cuban coffee? No, I haven't, but I'm pretty sure that would be amazing. The coffee I was just drinking was one of our friends had gone to Mexico like a couple months ago, and we just kind of had it in the cupboards for a rainy day, and oh, I love it. I really love it. It's strong. But Cuban coffee, I feel like, would be really nice. Won't be a while until I can try it, though. Hey Cam, how are you? What kind of exaggerations do I find exciting? Exaggerations in curves. I love, like, here, I'll show you the kind of stuff, like, here's, this guy is amazing. Peter Koenig. Unbelievable, this guy. I really like his stuff. Let's see if I can screen share. So this guy is like a really great example of what I say is, like, you know, form exaggeration, like really pushing silhouette. So whenever somebody exaggerates curve and overall like shape of things to the point where you're like, is this more abstract or is this a creature? That's where I get really excited. So his stuff, like this one specifically, really wowed me because I was like, dang, like look at him just like grab that shape right there and just roll with it. He was like, yeah, I don't care, let's just grab this, and then just that's the main part. It's like striking. It's almost like, you know, a part of, you know, when you're looking at fashion, right? Like it's sort of like that statement. I really like that in other people's artwork, and I guess in a way it's kind of trickled into mine as well because of how much I really like seeing those strong shapes. Another artist that you guys probably know is robot penciler Anthony Jones. He does really strong shapes as well, and kind of hits them with that little, like these little tiny lines, these little tiny highlights and things like that that just take your eye in very specific, well thought out areas. That really gets me as well. I like that kind of stuff. Yes, forced drawing I absolutely recommend to everyone. Absolutely. Regardless of if you're a sculptor, a painter, draw, like somebody like a draftsman, like force drawing, like I feel like gesture is so important in any kind of art that you do, and that's a great way to learn it because it's all about motion, like putting motion into your artwork. It's something that you don't see a lot of in 3D, unfortunately, unless like they are, the person that's doing it is like a sculptor and like they want to put that in, like, you know, Spider Zero, Simon, is another really great example of that. He does amazing gestural sculptures, like traditional sculptures. You're good. You just frustrated that your pen went and got dead. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope that you hope you figure it out. Get another one, maybe. What part of the body do you think is the hardest for sculpting? Sculpting shoulders is really hard for me to fit with my model. Feet. Yeah. Feet and like the ankle connection is really it can be really like tricky in different poses. And a lot of the time with feet, it ends up looking really weird before it just doesn't, you know? Okay, right, I was gonna IMM. Just leave him like this. Oh yeah, and guys, like I don't think I mentioned it, but if you're interested in trying ZBrush, there is a free trial that is out now for 2020. So if you haven't tried 2020 yet, you can get that. Well, if you're paranoid about ordering things online because of the virus, like, you know, it should be fine compared to like going out and picking it up. You would be a lot better off ordering something, because it, you know, it doesn't really like survive on surfaces as well as a lot of other things like bacterias and things. So it's actually recommended that you order things rather than try and go out and get them. So I've been ordering my stuff, like anything that I like desperately need, I try and order it. So if you need to order your pen, like I'm pretty sure it would be fine. And if you're still not okay with it, then just kind of like unwrap, when you unwrap it, just wash your hands after, you'll be fine. Favorite music genre? Oh, I don't think I have like a favorite. Um I am kind of an you can't tell by like what we're listening to right now, which is super chill, but I do really like a lot of like EDM and dance, like remix kind of stuff. Stupid. I like EDM, just like overarching. I think it can be because of animation background. I also think exaggerate. I think, you know, you might be right, Mars. I think that there might be something to do with having an animation background that I'm like, ooh, that exaggeration though. I think it might be a little bit of that, but there is something really beautiful about it, and it doesn't necessarily need to be so extreme, right? Like you don't need to have um you know, anime style exaggeration or anything like that. It could come down to really like really delicate art too. Like anything that's stiff just doesn't get my attention, and I feel like that's the same with everybody. Having good gesture, like really strong gesture, is something that will appeal to everyone regardless of if the piece, like, you know, is more of like a delicate piece or whatever. I feel like even delicate pieces, when you have beautiful, subtle but beautiful gesture, it's really important, right? It tells a story. It tells you what's going on.
I've never heard such a deafening silence. I never thought
90s Euro dance. Yeah, I feel like that's something that I can only listen to in small doses, though.
and the world can't revolve
I can, yeah.
around your pretty face. Oh, but it should.
You don't have a credit card. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe get your bank to mail you something, right? I don't know. Can't help you. I'm not an expert in this. Hey Tex, how are you? Did I listen to Psygnostic? No, I've not. What powers does he have? The powers to tickle you from within quarantine distance. Can stand 6 feet away from you and still tickle you. Do you have any tips for someone who's still practicing anatomy but wants to do a higher detail bust? All your head sculpts have basically been completely smooth because I focus so much on forms. Are you working at low res when you're working on form? Because if you're working at low res, then you're going to be able to get that sort of like you're going to be able to nail your form faster. So what I'm saying is, like, if you're working how I am, right, all of this is really low resolution, and once I have these forms set, like, you know, let's say I like this arm, then after that you can start to add on more details. But if I were you, I would really focus on, like, okay, you know, how are muscles going to attach, you know, what does skin look like on top of muscles? You don't need to worry about pore detailing and all of these kinds of things until way later. Like, that's really not your concern. If you're saying that all of your sculpts have been completely smooth, then maybe you're abusing the smooth tool a little bit too much. Don't be afraid to just leave things rough, you know? Like, it's okay if things are a little bit rough, as long as you're actually getting your form in there. If everything you do is 100% smooth, what that tells me is either you're working really low res, which is great, you know, if you're working on forms, or if you've got a higher res model and everything's really, really smooth, what that tells me is that you have no confidence in yourself to actually build forms, right? And you're relying a little bit too much on smoothing things, like, oh, gotta make this like polish. Like, no, that's actually holding you back from learning things, right? When you decide to Z-remesh and divide, you have no idea where to take it. So what I would do if I were you is look at what it is that you're studying. Let's say, you know, you're doing anatomy studies on well, you're set ahead, right? So when you start to add subdivision levels, think of it as, okay, now I have this many polygons to work with. What kind of forms do I build with that level of polygons, right? So if you are on subdivision 1, like I am here with this, that means that I can't add in muscle detail really, right? Because then it kind of looks like that. However, I can kind of give out like silhouette form. So if I wanted to add in a tricep here, right, then I can do that, but I can't really do any cuts or anything. But if I were to go give it one more subdivision, now suddenly I can start to add in cuts, right? All right, so that's as much as I can do, let's say, for, you know, muscles on this subdivision, is kind of add that one cut right there, because then if I do any more than that, then it'll start to get a little bit weird. So what do I do now? I can add another subdivision level. Great, so what can I do with another subdivision level? Well, now I can really start to add in those cuts, and not only those cuts, but I can kind of like figure out like, okay, a little bit of wrinkle detail as well. Like we can get in a little bit here, right? And the idea is to just kind of build on it. Like the higher you go, the more detail you can put in. So you break down your sculpt that you're working on into, well, you know, your subdivision levels, like how much can I put in per subdivision level. Now if I go up really high, right, wait, hold on, now if I go up really high, well, now I can really get in more details right here, right? And then that would be like all of the really fine kind of wrinkles and things like that. But at this level, right, at this level, you wouldn't want to be working on this big main cut that you're doing down the side of your arm, right? Because that's like a bigger form, that's a bigger cut. But what you can do at this higher subdivision level is start adding in these little tiny details, these little like, you know, oh, there's like tension in the muscle right here, so I'm gonna add in some of that. You know what I mean? Like you can do that kind of thing. When it's lower res, you just want to add and build up from it. And so if you have absolutely no idea where you're going, that means that you need to do more studies, really, because that means you don't have a strong understanding of your subject matter if you don't really know where to go past form, because there's so much to do with the face, right? Let me just like back up though. I don't want any of this. Back. Actually, we'll keep it. Screw it. But the way that I work is I usually work with Dynamesh, so this kind of thing, it doesn't really matter as much to me. But if you're working with subdivision levels, then that's like, as I just showed you before, that's how you want to think about doing it. Human heads, yours always look funny. Honestly, that's the story of the ages, isn't it? When you first start, you know, it's gonna look funny until it doesn't. That's just it. You need to just keep doing studies, man. Like, I'm not I wish that I could like just tell you like this is the secret to human heads, but I don't have one. I really don't. You just got to keep doing your studies, like, you know, break it down, sometimes do the skull, understand what's lying underneath all of this like flabbiness, right? You know, then you do put some muscles on it, you know, so you can understand what's going on here. Do specifically mouth studies, do specifically eye studies, all of these kinds of things. You're going to start understanding it a lot more. When you have really stretched geometry, how do you dynamesh? You just dynamesh. Yeah. Yeah, you just dynamesh, and then it kind of turns whatever it is that you have already on, you know, stretched out and things like that. It'll turn it into workable geometry, and it's totally viable. Oh yeah, no, like I have an understanding of feet anatomy. It's just it always kind of like gets me. Like it's one of those things where I always have to turn to reference to really like double check what I'm doing, because it's just one of those things, you know. Doesn't it make holes if it's thin enough? Yes, so you could always inflate those areas and then try it again. Am I crazy for doing ZBrush with a mouse instead of a stylus? Yes, yes, you are. You're insane. How long am I going to be sculpting tonight? We're live for another 3 hours. After looking at my creatures from my art station, what is your process for coming up with these cool designs? Random something in mind first. Oh, I really appreciate that, Jonathan. I actually completely forgot that my socials were still on. That must be incredibly distracting. I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry. It's like kind of like in the way. No, yeah, I just kind of like do random things during stream. It's just a lot of fun to just sketch, treat it like a sketchbook, like a 2D sketchbook, right? It's the same deal for me. But how I got to being able to do these random things is a lot of understanding how, like, a lot of observational practice, right? Like, so I'm looking at a lot of images, I'm looking at a lot of anatomy all the time, and then for work, you know, I have actual work that I have to do, believe it or not. And you know, when I'm doing actual full-fledged projects, I'm always referencing. So your visual library will constantly be growing if this is a thing that you're doing, right? Like if you're always looking at things and always analyzing them, not just looking, you got to be analyzing, right? If you're always analyzing things, then your visual library will just naturally be growing. When you have a good understanding of a lot of subject matters, then it's easier to kind of just put that all together, because if you think about it, what is your imagination, right? You can't imagine things out of thin air. Like if you've never seen the color green, you would never be able to just be like, "Woo, I invented the color green." It doesn't really, our brains don't work like that. As much as you want to believe that you're like incredibly original and like a savant of some kind, like it doesn't really work that way, right? Imagination comes from your ability to recall from memory different things that have been stored in your subconscious. So the more that you're analyzing things and observing them, the more it's going to be stored back there in some kind of a memory, and you're going to be able to pull from different things and put them together. And that's imagination. Imagination comes from how much you've already seen. So get out there and look at stuff. How many legs is too many legs? Never enough. Never enough. We need more. I mean, maybe like a million legs would probably be too much, you know? Ooh. Ooh, let's try. Favorite film creature? Oh. Man, that's hard. Ooh, I like so many. It's like, you know, I kind of want to just default and say like the most recent Godzilla movie was just like Godzilla was so cool, dude. I really liked what's the three-headed dragon? What is that called again? That was really, really well done. I love the kaijus from, you know, any big kaiju like monster. I'm like super on board with. Rodan? Is that it? Hydra? Is that it? I don't know. Remember. Do you think we get memories from our ancestors? What, like Assassin's Creed? How can you improve yourself if you're a beginner? How can you progress yourself? With lots and lots of practice. I know it's really obnoxious to hear me saying this over and over again, but dude, like that is the key to success, is just you gotta be practicing, and not just practicing, but just observing and analyzing your subject matter to the best of your ability. Ask yourself a lot of questions. If you find that you're very weak in a certain area, focus on that weakness. Don't hide from it, don't run from it, don't just draw characters with their hands behind their backs. Draw those hands, you know what I mean? It's that kind of a thing. Then you're gonna improve as an artist. Really be pushing yourself. Always try and go into your outside of your comfort zone. So if you're really comfortable with drawing you know, humans in the 3/4 position, don't do that anymore. Start drawing them head on. Start drawing them from you know, a higher angle. Start drawing them sitting down, you know, and you're looking up at them from the ground and things like that. Start to work on that kind of a thing. When it comes to sculpting, it's the same idea. Work on things that are outside of your comfort zone. If you're scared of of sculpting humans, start sculpting humans. Look at crochets. Look at you know, gesture drawings. All of these kinds of things. That's what you got to do. That's how you improve as an artist. That's how you improve in anything in life, right? What's your advice if somebody wants to get started with freelance with no studio experience? I don't know. I don't really have a ton of advice for that, because I came from to get into freelance and what I'm doing. I came from studio work, right? So I had a huge network of people already at my disposal, and a lot of the work that I get actually comes from word of mouth. So, you know, if a director really enjoyed working with me, then they will pass that on to other directors and other producers that will be looking for work, right? It's the same kind of thing. So if you're looking for freelance work without studio experience, then I think it might come down a little bit more to maybe finding work that's, you know, anything really that you can get, but a lot of it comes down to your network, right? Like, so if you can reach out and talk to people. I mean, now is not really like an ideal time for going to networking events or anything of that nature, right? Because, well, in quarantine. But that would be your ideal situation, is trying to go to a networking event and make new friends and things like that. So can this model be transferred to Unity Unreal Engine and attach some moving points to the model by chance? It could, if we start to actually create it as, you know, start to give it actual topology. Right now it's just a sculpt. Like, it's not a viable model. It's not something that you could really use to rig properly or anything like that. So if I wanted to shove it into Unity or Unreal as a game model, then yeah, I'd have to retopologize it. Otherwise it would be very like clunky. Upgrade from your Intuos 4. Would a Cintiq be a good choice? I feel like a higher display resolution would be better. If you are, if you've been doing this for a while and you're really serious about this, or you know, if you're literally like getting work in, then I'd say yeah, if you've got the money, do it. Yeah, do it, because it's one of those things that it's so nice to have. It is so nice. It feels nice to just be able to kind of like zone in on what you're doing, just actually feel your model in a sense. But an Intuos is not that bad. I mean, if it is too much money for you, because it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, right? Like even here, I think it's like 2.5K for a 21-inch like this. I got it on half off, like on Boxing Day or something. I can't remember. It was a sale and it was half off, and so like I just jumped at it with whatever money I had. I was like, I gotta get it right now. But if it's not on sale and it's this much, it might be too much for you. So I would say like maybe a happy medium is a Intuos Pro medium, an Intuos Pro medium. That's the one that I was using for a really long time. It's like my favorite, not screen display tablet. Hey Tot. Yeah, the top of the head opens. I was thinking of keeping it pretty smooth, but we'll see what we can do. Gehidra is the three-headed dragon, and Rodon is a flying terror. Yeah, the flying thing, Rodan. Yeah. Those are both really cool. I don't know, anything that's like a massive like, you know, kaiju like creature, I really am super into. I just forget the names of everything. I suck that way. Visually I can remember stuff, but give me names and I'm spacey as hell. I don't know, you can call me stupid, it's fine. I'm not offended by it, not when it's true. Wacom has one screen, is affordable. Yeah, there's a couple of them that are more affordable. I think they're smaller though. Do I use some traditional sculpting for training or relax? I don't have the space in my place for traditional stuff, unfortunately. I would like to, but I don't have the space. You have a question? What's up? How are you? Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you? All right. All right, let's do some stews. So here, I'm gonna do a little bit of like a T-pose. Just kind of want to grab everything and pull it in a more curve back here. Kind of mask it off a little. It's better to create fingers in another software and import it to ZBrush after the model is almost finished. That's completely up to what you find more comfortable for your workflow. It might be faster for you to do that, yes. Sometimes I you know, I'll do either or. I have base meshes and things like that, so if I'm working on a production thing, then sometimes it's faster to just use one of my base meshes if that is something that I am able to do. It depends on, and like the production. Yeah, if you're having issues, then yeah, you can totally try doing it in another software and then bringing it in. Okay, I'll pose the hands in a second. So I get out of T-pose mode. So then you can see that it kind of shoves everything back into its own subtool. Let me just save this because I haven't done any saves. Hi, Eggman had a question. Yeah, I answered. Okay. So what my back felt like before you got a new secret last stream. If you'd like to make animation with this model, what I have is art from scratch again. Is there something to do to make these points? It's not impossible. Like, it's called retopology. Like, I'm not gonna go over how to retopologize or the technicalities of retopology, but if you are interested in taking a sculpt and then making it viable for animation, then I would recommend you look up retopology and how to retopologize. There's a lot of different tutorials out there that are really, really great. Like Flip Normals has a lot of great stuff. Danny Mac even has some good topology stuff. How do you change UI colors? UI colors is in preferences, and then eye colors. See? What's up with this solo toggle? You go into the subtool that you're selecting and you can see just that tool alone. Hey Bray, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. Is some project management tool for the freelance work? Sort of, yeah. I can't really talk about that kind of stuff though, because they're like everything's kind of like wacky right now. Like entire companies are moving to working from home, right? So things are a little bit bumpy for a lot of places. I'm still chugging along like I normally do, but the thing is, like, I work for studios like as a freelance artist, so it's interesting. It's interesting. Look like you have a lot of fun with the snake hook tool. Yeah, I do. What brushes do I often use? I have them all mapped from my 1 to 0 key, and I often am going through, like, 1 is clay buildup, 2 Damien Standard, 3 H polish, 4 snake hook. Snake hook's the big one. 5 is inflate, 6 is pinch, 7 is Maccut, which is a downloadable brush from the internet. You can just look up Maccut mech brushes and then you can get that. And then 8 is /2. /2 you can find inside of your light box in ZBrush. So most of the, like, everything except for 1 brush is ZBrush native. Way to max the memory so it crashes less, like Photoshop. I'm not super familiar with that, but in memory and stuff like that, you can kind of do things, right? I don't know. Check your preferences. I wouldn't be able to really tell you too much. Like, I have a stupid amount of memory in my computer. I'm running on 64 gigs. My last PC, though, I didn't really have many crashing issues, and I was only on 16, I think. Yeah. Hey Jakebot, how are you? Hey Side Effects. Look up tutorials about making game ready assets. Yeah, if you want like full, like, you should look up full pipeline tutorials if you're wanting to animate your sculpts, because your sculpts are not going to be viable for like, you can't just use your sculpt, is what I'm saying. Like, you need to retopologize it if you're gonna animate. As a headache. So I'll get back to that in a bit. I gotta put legs on this boy. Do I believe in aliens? Hell yeah. I don't believe that they're here, but somewhere out there. Somewhere out there. I do not believe that we are alone. It is just the odds of us being alone so ridiculously small. Just according to like the universe's timeline too. So insane, like just thinking about how many years have even passed. It is possible though that, you know, we might be the only intelligent, like, well, when I say intelligent, like level of intelligence that we're at, we might be the only ones, but that's even, that is kind of like pushing it because there's just so many stars out there, and each one of those stars has the potential to harbor planets and systems that we can't even observe. I mean, a while ago we even thought like, oh, is it possible to find fresh water, liquid water rather, on other planets? And lo and behold, yes it is. I mean, if anything, everybody should be really excited about the Mars 2020 mission. I'm so excited for that rover to get its butt over there. So excited to follow that. Not saying that there's gonna be aliens there. There's no way in heck there's gonna be aliens there. But understanding, like, you know, how Mars was like so many freaking years ago is really exciting. Ish Marsha ish wrong. Really cool too, because like Mars, all of the way that the sediments are all kind of laid out, and you can see the erosion, the leftover erosion marks on all the rocks and everything. It's telling to there being, like, you know, oceans and lakes on Mars how many millions of years ago, and it all just kind of disappeared, dried up. muscles. This is why I don't like working higher res for this kind of stuff, but he's K. I made a demonstration. And then we stick. Okay. Let's put, I'll get to chat in just a second. Let me just kind of, let's put some Legos, some legs. Where's the male leg? There we go. Whoosh. Isn't that beautiful? Exactly how we want him to be. Yay! Look at that silhouette though. That's a whole mood. That's a whole mood. Booty. Wondering. Weird. And we'll go back to T-pose. Zone. Yeah, we just chilling tonight. Like, honestly, I kind of wanted to make sure everybody knew that tonight was going to be a little bit more of a chill stream because I kind of had a day today. You know what I mean? Gonna do that relax. Let's see. Hip thrust. He's got a headache, you know? I'm gonna run with it. I'm gonna run with it. I kind of really like that. Like he's just like, ah, ah. No, I don't have any reference that I'm working on. Oh, right, I'm not in. I'm not working for reference. We're just having fun here. Hello. There we go. Oh, there we go. Sometimes my tablet's just like, I don't know about letting you select things. Just don't know my mans. Hello, there we go. Turn these knees in. Yeah. I get that interesting silhouette regardless of if it's in the front view or the side view, all that. What we doing right now? Eh. Knees. Knobby knees, please. Nabby knees, please. Okay, and then we will do a T-pose to sub D. See how much it like changes just from like throwing in some gesture, right? Like that's why it's like so important to get gesture in there. All right, is this saving? What's going on? Oh, okay, I guess it did. Oh, sorry. All right, let's see what you guys saying over here. It's my thoughts on speculative evolution sciences. Speculative evolution. If somebody doesn't believe, I'm assuming you mean like people who are they don't really believe, like they're speculating against evolution. I feel like that's like everything is allowed to be on the table in sort of like if you have evidence to support your claims, then that's great. But like there's so much mounting evidence to support evolution that if you're speculating against it, then I just urge you to just go and look at the evidence, you know? So that's my feelings on that, if that's what you mean. But 3 or 4 other species out there in space, and they're a bunch of clowns who have nothing to do with them. They're just us, but like different colors. Different sizes. Like purple humans. Why would you want that? Oh man. Why did they make that all-white real-time version of the sculpt in ZBrush anyways? I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. Do I work with hard surface modeling? Yes, for client stuff. Occasionally I'll do hard surface stuff. What's the story in my mind right now about this character? He's got a headache. He's tired of all these shenanigans that are happening right now in this world. Absolute shenanigans. Honestly, he's tired of being inside. He's in Area 51. He was promised. So the thing is, he's in Area 51, right? And the government was like, "Don't worry, we'll let you go." And then all of a sudden, quarantine hit, and he's just like, "Oh, I have to stay inside longer." No, that's it. That's the story. Sorry. How's life as a 3D artist based on my life? Also, do you mind to share a bit whether it's better to work for a company or have a freelance job? So for me, I'm really happy about my life because I'm not incredibly, I don't need to go out there and be doing like a whole ton of stuff out in the world. I mean, traveling is nice. I really like to do that occasionally. But you know, the kind of person that I am is I'm not gonna go to travel to see a city. I'm gonna go to travel to see the wildlife or the scenery of, you know, like wild parks and things like that. I don't find a fascination with, you know, or really a joy of like, I mean, like, you know, if you're with a group of friends, it can be nice, but for extended vacations and things like that, the kind of person that I am, it's like, that's like I like nature and things like that. So I am very like I'm good with isolation. So as a freelance artist, this is like a happy life for me. Like I don't mind it at all, like not being around people all the time. So if you are somebody that needs like a lot of social interaction, then this is not really like the route for you. I mean, everybody's kind of in quarantine now, so you can kind of get a taste of what it's like being a 3D artist that's a freelance artist, because this feeling of like not being able to go is the same feeling in a sense of if you've got a lot of work that you have to do, then you're chained to your desk, but you're at home. So even if you wanted to like go out, you kind of like, you gotta stay in, right? So it's the same sort of deal. But I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. It just really depends on the type of person you are, if you're going to acclimate to it well or not. It also depends on, you know, do you have a family? How young are your kids? Because that can be an incredibly huge distraction for something like this. If you're a rookie, I'd say if it's possible to get a studio job, then get a studio job over doing freelance. It will give you a lot more credibility and you will learn a lot more in the industry. You'll learn a lot more about the craft doing a position in like a 3D position in a studio than you would as a freelance artist, because you're just by yourself at that point, right? So if you're surrounded by other artists, then you're learning from them, and that's really important when you're first starting out, especially. Got some time to catch another stream. What's up, people? Hey, Black Hippie, what's up? No, I go without reference on these. These are just sketches. Wonder if these work from home technologies will still be here after COVID will be over. I'm curious about how it's gonna kind of all come down as well. And if like more people are gonna start freelancing, or like more companies will be able to trust their staff for working at home. Like what I'm hopeful for I mean, like I'm freelance, so like it doesn't really matter for me specifically, but I feel like for everyone it would be really a positive thing if companies kind of cut down the work at studio hours. I know that some of it is essential because of meetings and things like that, but if studios were like, yeah, you can work from home like, you know, 2 or 3 days a week, that would be really cool, especially since they can see now that a lot of people are capable of it. It just, you have to give them the chance. Now, with that said, there's also a lot of people, I'm sure, that are having a very hard time acclimating to something like this, and only time will really be able to tell whether some studios will pick up on that work from home aspect of when they're moving forward or not, right? It'll be really interesting to see. I'm hopeful for everyone that you get to kind of have a little bit of a choice. Hey, Lamb. Fired panic Discord, but whenever you have one, you recover after watching your oh. Yeah, man, come chill, man. I had a heck of a day, dude. Heck of a day. Kind of, I had to go to the post office, right? Post office is a lot of them are in like pharmacies and stuff, and that's like the only things that are open right now is like grocery stores and pharmacies, really. And I didn't want to have to go, but I had to pick up my package, and that was incredibly stressful, because they've got like, you know, you have to stand 6 feet apart from everyone outside. And then you've got the people that are panicking and incredibly paranoid that are in these lines as well, and just like getting really like scared about everything. And it's like, well, like as much as I understand the fear, you know, panicking is not going to help anything. And so being around other people that are panicking is very uncomfortable. I just wanted to get out of there. So I'm glad that's done. I'm not leaving anymore, but I got my package. I'm not leaving anymore. You speculate you're almost done with Retapo. When does the Commander Shepard karaoke start? Oh, dude, we're not listening to that playlist. We're listening to a super chill playlist today. How do I copy a model like what I just did now? You can do Shift S. So when you Shift S, then you can start moving your model around again. It just copies a screenshot down onto it. I'm actually going to be taking a break. That's why, actually, hold on, let me try and get this back up on the screen. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna do a BRB. I'm gonna go and get a drink of water, go to the bathroom, and then I'll be back, and then we'll be going for another, about 2 hours. The timing, I know. It's okay, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. You can chill and listen to some music while you wait. Or if you don't have the patience, I'll see you around. On the brighter side of this COVID outbreak, I'm getting so much personal artwork done. Right? There you go. There you go. Focus on yourself, man. Focus on yourself. You gotta focus on yourself and your art. You have so much free time now. No distractions, no friends being like, you know. Anyways, I'll be back in just like 5 minutes. I'm just gonna go get a drink, go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna be going for another 2 hours. Feel free to hang out. Here you go. Okay, we back. Did I run to a third world country? No, I didn't. I said I'd leave for only like 5 minutes. It's only been like 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes. I wanted to come back and dish one. Dish one. Yeah. It wasn't longer than 5 minutes. Don't even. Yes, he's a good bear, isn't he? You're so tiny today. Some days I feel like he's like bigger than other days. Today is just really like, he's a tiny. Is he less scared from other people? In general, yeah, he's doing really well. This social isolation stuff, quarantine, he loves it. He loves it because everybody is forced to stay away from each other when he's out on his potty breaks and stuff. He's a happy camper because then nobody's coming up trying to talk to me and him. Nobody's trying to like, you know, flatter him or anything. He's pretty happy with that. You're happy, huh? Nobody approaches you outside, but that means no doggos either. He doesn't get to go and see his doggo friends. That's okay. It'll end soon, hopefully. You guys want to see? Look at how tiny. Look how tiny, but also big. He's tiny but big. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, you want to see? You want to see the really cute? You want to see the really cute? That's right. I've got. Yes. Ready? Boop. I reached. Boop. Yes. Okay. Oh. Yes, you're so good. You're so good. Yeah. Big body, the little legs. I know he's got the tininess. Look at this teeny. Look at these tinies. Tinies. He's a good boy, Monty's a good boy. Is mommy using this glowing board thing again? And why does she talk to these screens? I know, it's like being a dog would be so confusing because I'm like having like full-blown conversations here and he's just like, what? Like, huh? I hope so too, babies. I hope so too. I hope you are as well. Oh, I could literally just like, I wish I could just like squeeze you. I wish I could just hug you like the entire time. We just have like a whole stream where I'm just hugging. Oh, here's the door. Here's the door. Dun, dun. Go on the ground. That's the way. He has to go check it out to make sure it's okay. Is it okay? Did you deem it okay? You deemed it okay? Come here, ready? High five. That's a lick. Down. See if you can see it. High five. Yeah. Good boy. Oh, eat your dinner or something. All right, here we back. Alright, get mist. Oh my god, I never drink Coke, but I just was like, I want Coke. Coke Zero right now. I don't know what's on with me. I'm a new woman. Oh. So, let's see, what do we want to do here? I kind of wanna... some of this. Good question. Is there a way to do polygroups in clean, efficient way that is fast? I usually do my polygrouping by a mask. I'm pretty sure you can do group by polypaint as well. Like if we go to polygroups, there's like a whole bunch of things. Auto groups will just kind of group out things that are separate pieces. So if you have like a bunch of IMMs on like one subtool, then clicking auto group will give everything its own polygroup. And there's also from polypaint. So if you have different like colors, I think that you can do, I haven't actually played around with that one because I don't really need to, but that might be a thing. And then you can just kind of like mask stuff off and then control them. What I use. And yeah, there is polygroup it as well. So if you want to learn how to use polygroup it, I would recommend going to Z Classroom because I'm not super great at that. Mountain Dew Zero? Hell yes, that sounds amazing. I can't do like lots of sugar, so I have to do like zero of like anything that is like a soda or whatever because I have migraines, so Coke Zero. It's the closest that I could get. Like they actually do a pretty good job of making it taste like actual Coca-Cola. My freelancer, yes, I am, but I'm working for studios as a freelancer, so I'm not on weekly payroll, right? I'm working on day rates, depending on the studio, hourly, and even like project based. And a lot of the stuff that I do is for studios, so technically I'm working for studios, but not under studios. Yeah. When something's going wrong, you must polygroup it. I'm related to Stephen King. Oh my god, no. No! Oh my god, why would you say that? Oh man. He's got like I don't I like Stephen King's books, some of them, but there's like a lot of questionable stuff that he writes about. You'll know what I'm talking about if you've actually read it. I'm not gonna get into that though. We're on the Pixelogic stream. We're not gonna start talking about that, but make a bolder silhouette. I feel like this is pretty like, I don't know. I kind of like this. It's very straight down. The side though is something that I'm kind of trying to figure out. It's interesting because it is contrasting. I'm trying to do something here where it is just kind of like that up and down sort of thing. And then here we're gonna have, I guess, like some stuff. Kind of want to maybe get this, like the shoulder bits more out. Then we can kind of we're gonna make this like he's gonna be tired. It's like that's the word we're going for, is exhaustion. Do I find it easier working on the Cintiq? I thoroughly enjoy working on the Cintiq. Yeah. I find it more immersive. Maybe not easier. Like I would say I have the same ease with the Intuos Pro, but I do find it more immersive for sure. You know, Bear Stephen King. I mean, if you read it, you read it. If you know, you know. Haven't seen the movie. I really enjoyed the movie. I thoroughly enjoyed the movie. I read the, now don't judge me, okay? I had questionable parenting. I read the book It when I was like I think 11 or 10 years old. 10 years old. 10 years old. I couldn't sleep, bro. It was for a very long time. And I was yeah. Don't know. Just trying some abstract thing right now. Don't mind me. Mind me at all. Yeah, I know. He is super like odd. This thing's walk cycle? Nah, man. This thing is just standing still. It's sitting on a very tall, squatty potty. People were getting eye strain. Yeah, I mean, like if you're looking at it for like a long time, but there's like this rule that eye doctors talk about all the time, and that is every 20 minutes, you know, look away for 20 seconds at something 20 feet away. It's called the 20-20-20 rule. So if you have a window near you, just look out the window for 20 seconds and then back at your Cintiq, and you're gonna be pretty good. You're just to exercise your eyes. Interesting way to start hula hooping, yeah. The circle glows. Yeah, exactly. Cirque du Soleil creature edition. well, something like that as well. So here. So I don't know if I like these things, honestly. Like, want they? Don't want that. I'm actually gonna delete them. I don't think I like them. These ones, delete. But I could do though. Saw something there. This guy. What? Nah. No. Keep it simple, keep it simple, keep it simple. Alright, let's start shoving these things together. Reach down. Like, I do want Yeah, I didn't like that. It didn't look good. How much did I get the Cintiq for? I got the Cintiq on half off actually. Um, so normally it's like 2,500. I got it for like 1,300 after taxes. So that was pretty good. Do you prefer doing face sculpts with their eyes closed? No, not really. I mean, if it's something really quick, then yeah, but not particularly. Yeah, half off. I know, it's crazy. Do I need blue blockers for long-term monitors? Actually, so I researched more about that. Blue light affecting your eyes, like the amount that comes off of the screens and things, it's not actually something that has been proven at all in any kind of like scientific paper apparently to actually damage your retinas. And that's coming from eye doctors, so people like talking that have seen patients like crazy. And because if that were the case, right, like if your retinas were really getting fried from looking at your screen, and you'd be going blind, or there was like retinal detachment and things like that, then there would be a lot more noise from the doctors, right? Like they would be telling you you can't be looking at these screens. There would be different things implemented, but the thing is, like, a lot of these blue light blocking glasses, it's sort of, there's a lot of claims that are being made by glasses companies to kind of just sell that, but it doesn't actually have enough evidence behind it for it to be like an actual thing that's supported by a lot of doctors. So if it, one thing it can do though, blue light, is it can help you kind of reduce eye strain. Like if you're used to looking at like something really really bright, putting on blue light glasses might kind of give you that yellowy kind of relaxed feeling. It might help your, if you're getting like a headache or something like that, it might help. I've noticed like that it does kind of help me in some situations, because it's like a different color. It feels like it's relaxing even if it isn't, you know what I mean? But it isn't actually proven to stop your eyes from getting like messed up. I've been living a blue lie. I know it's a thing a lot of glasses companies are kind of like pushing right now, and they charge a lot of money for it too. Sleep, yes. So that's something that it does definitely affect, because it kind of will stop your brain from triggering your sleep hormones. So the more like it's an awake thing, right? Like when you first wake up in the morning, to help your circadian rhythm is looking for that that sunshine, like that light, that blue light that comes from the morning time, and that kind of helps get you awake. And so the same sort of light is coming from your screen, like your phone or your monitors. So if you're working really late at night, you might find your circadian rhythm gets like really like woo. Okay. I think I want this like right here. Let's see. Could have it just like hooked up to his back too. Yeah, like we could do. Like that actually. Learned about the extract tool. Do you mean the extractor? Extractor? That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's really awesome. Mike, how are you doing? Thank you. How's it going? Have I done any likeness studies and how difficult are they? Also, no, I'm not answering that. Not in the stream. Where likeness studies though? Yeah, I've done likeness studies. They are very difficult, but they're very, very important to do when you're learning anatomy because it kind of. I wouldn't say likeness studies is something that you should do right out the gate. Definitely focus on kind of more of your proportions and muscles and attachments and how everything works together, but likeness studies are very, very important for you to start understanding the differences of like the individuality of everybody. That there's so much individuality in terms of people. When you're just working on anatomy studies, a lot of people get like, okay, this is what a nose looks like, and it's kind of like your 3D version of a clip art, right? So you're so used to doing anatomical you know, noses, and they're kind of like, they're all just those Caucasian men noses, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. If you know, you know, right? Uh, that's sort of like, you know, the old masters, right? Like they do their very basic, like this is you know, the planes of the nose and stuff, and it's easy to do a very like it just looks like a Caucasian nose, really. And that's fine and everything, especially for when you're learning, but likeness studies are incredibly important for diversifying that and understanding further how everybody's face is different, and also to grow your ability of creating original characters and putting character into everybody's face and believability as well, right? They are incredibly difficult though. Yeah, I'm doing really good. Just really chill night tonight. Just hanging out, you know. Just hanging out. You like this creature, you don't know why? It's relatable that way. He's got a headache, he's tired. Look at him, he's like, oh, so tired. What's a good way to get procedural like damages on the edge of models in ZBrush? Procedural damage. Well, if you want like, I mean, you could always use surface noise, but for edges, you could always create a, oh, what is it called? What kind of a map is that? I'm blanking right now. It's creases. You know, like the creases. I don't know what's it called. I wouldn't really say that there's a lot of, okay, so I wouldn't really say there's a lot of procedural stuff, but there is like a crease, like a crevice. You can use like a crevice, like a mask by, oh, that's what it is, right? Masking. Mask by cavity is the word, cavity. So if you have a cavity map, right? Cavity maps would be very good for kind of doing that. So he could always, you could always just like mask by cavity, which will kind of allow you, well, that's not really like the greatest example, like here. If I do like mask by cavity, maybe more intense, but then change the cavity profile a little bit, like we can do, we do something like that, then more things are gonna be kind of selected. And if we do that, right, this isn't procedural, right? It's just based on what you've already kind of sculpted, but then you can kind of, on top of everything, do like little inflates and, you know, start sculpting on that stuff as well. And on top of that too, I mean, like this is a very rough sculpt, so it's not a great demonstration. Apologies, but you could mask by cavity, right? And then you could go over to your surface, go into noise, and because everything's already masked the way that you want it to be with the cavity, right? And then you do like noise scale, you do it like bigger, make it a little bit stronger, and then like change like what the curve of this looks like. You could probably get like, you know, some things that look a little bit more like damage, like larger things or whatever, right? So you could do kind of stuff like that too. But in terms of procedural, like that's the best that I could show you, because I do a lot of sculpting like by hand. You could also use alphas. I use a lot of alphas for damage stuff. There's brushes online that you can find for specific like damage brushes. I know Pablo actually has a lot of brushes like that. He needs the yellow glasses, yeah. Interface to look like that with the skull on the right, and the white silhouette on the left. Okay, so in preferences, there is the thumbnail view. So the thumbnail view is the silhouette, and you can change what the background is. So I usually I selected the same color as my my canvas background, so that whatever background you choose, the silhouette color will be the opposite of it, right? So I just chose it to be the same as my canvas color because then it just looks seamless. That's that. And then there's cam view. So cam view, you just kind of like say it's on, and then you can click next until you get the skull. The skull comes with ZBrush, so. Sorry, Tattoo. I can't, I only speak English, unfortunately. I'm gonna give this a little bit of mesh. I gotta save. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, if it makes you feel any better, I've had these in the house now for longer than the virus can survive on metal surfaces, so I'm good. Thank you for the concern. You start with courses for hard surface or start diving in with anatomy? That depends on what your interest is, right? Because you can be a hard surface artist, or you can be a like character artist, right? Character artists usually need to know hard surface modeling as well, but if you don't want to do character modeling, you want to focus on maybe being a vehicle or weapons artist or something like that, then I would recommend you bypass anatomy and just go into hard surface modeling and study and focus on that, right? It's okay, Tattoo, it's fine. It's not new. And there is a maximum amount of time that the virus can survive on certain surfaces. It is long past that time. We're all good. I am taking the proper precautions of everything. I don't want it. There's no need to panic about things, though. It's just look up, read facts about what is true and what is not true. Don't believe everything that you hear online, you know? It's all... Listen to the CDC, listen to the WHO. Don't panic, stay inside, stay safe, stay healthy. Be good. No French? You're in Canada. I know. I'm a garbage. I'm a garbage person. Do organic models retain that longer than hard surface models? I see. We've got a funny one in here. Got a funny boy. Yeah, for sure, babies. I mean, I'm not gonna be looking at it because I don't click links. Chat, but if you want to show other people, feel free. Let's make this a little stronger, shall we? Did I ever model with Maya? Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of being a character artist. I mean, well, it doesn't have to be Maya. It could be Max as well. It could be any other 3D suite, but I use Maya for retopology and then, you know, sending off final models. Leaf-like scapulas, yeah. Thank you so much, Juan. I appreciate it. Do I use plugins? Only the ones that really like come with ZBrush. I don't have a particular need for anything more, at least for like the workflow that I use. A year away from ZBrush and had a hectic year meeting new people and living. You know, you need that though. You need to like just live life. It's just not everything has to be art, you know? Like we're living this one life, and art is, you know, to get better you gotta spend as much time as you can on it, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be enjoying your life as well. Don't feel guilty if you have other things that, you know, need to take precedence over art as well. Hey, Amber. All right, see you later, Erdem. Have a great sleep. Hey, Drips. What's my next goal? My next goal, wow. There's like, right now I just want to catch up with my like really short-term goals, is just like catch up with client work, because I get a couple of models done and handed off before the end of this week. So I gotta get a couple of sculpts done, and hand it off so that I can get paid, so that I can survive. You know how it is. But past that, I want to finish. Want to do finish the illustration of that mermaid thing that I was doing, the Naga looking thing. And besides that, I want to figure out maybe coming back to my channel, like my personal streaming channel, because I mean we're all kind of inside doing nothing anyways, right? So I'm like, if I can get on top of my client stuff, then I'll be able to get on top of streaming on my channel again. But we'll see about that, because I am very busy with this specific project I'm on right now. What's my next goal? We never know. We'll have to see for the next time I'm streaming. We appreciate this volunteer work. I mean, it's fun for me too, Bobbles. Like I thoroughly enjoy it. It forces me to every single week do, like, you know, if I'm doing client work, a lot of client work that I do, a lot of projects that I work on is animated characters, right? Like animation characters. So stylized stuff, like stylized cute stuff or appealing characters for animated film and TV, that is a different world than a lot of the creature sketching that I do. And a lot of the time, if I'm working on client stuff, I don't have a lot of spare time to just kind of do creatures like sketching if I'm doing if I'm working with clients that need animated characters. So I really like these streams because I get to just kind of say, yeah, I'm doing some creature sketching. feel the first time working for a client? So you mean like somebody else, like when I wasn't working in studio, like the first client that I got that wasn't like a studio job? I was really nervous. I was overthinking everything that I sent to them, because you're your own boss now and you have to set your own quality bar, right? And so I was kind of like, oh man, like I don't know if they're gonna like it, like what I just sent them, like is it worth what I'm charging them, like all this kind of stuff. And it always ended up it turned out really well. The first client I ever had, like they were very happy with what they got, but it, like there's definitely like an imposter syndrome that is incredibly strong when you first start freelance, and that doesn't really like ever go away either. Hey Bobbles, good night. Have a good sleep. Wash your hands. Yeah, this is imagination. We're just sketching. Just having fun, you know? Yeah, psychic powers. He's all hooked up right now. Here's oh, pumping. My yeah. About color contrast when concepting a sculpt. Like, are you okay with overlapping shapes? Because if you color will make them stand out. Yeah. Yeah, like I mean, I'm not afraid of shapes overlapping or anything like that. But that is definitely something that you should be thinking about when you're concepting stuff, is just like, you know, it should be in the back of your mind at least. Like, is this going to be a different color? Like, you know, is it all going to be the same material? Hey, Nick. 8 cubed. What songs am I listening to? It's very motivating and soothing at the same time. It's actually just on Pretzel Rocks, so yeah, it's just their music, their free music. I mean, I'm drinking Coca-Cola Zero right now. Thank you, Tattoo. I appreciate it. Yeah, sculpting from imagination is really fun. I mean, it's not the only thing that I do, and it shouldn't be the only thing anyone really does, right? Because in order to sculpt better from imagination, you gotta do your studies. Some wings? Nah, I don't want to put wings on this guy. I've done so many wings. I've only got about a half an hour to go anyways. Hey, attentive. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's get this save real quick. We'll do a dynamesh of the body. How do I go about doing leaf cards in ZBrush only? You could, so if you need to put a bunch of leaves on the ground, you could use, like, you just make one, like, so take a plane, right? And then make it in the shape of a leaf. And then you'd have like a single leaf thing. You could use, what's it called? Nanomesh if you want. But if you want like actual like cards that you could use in a game, then you can also just use nanomesh for something like that. You could also use fiber mesh depending on like if you need leaves to be sticking out of a character. And then just use something that is one-sided, like one, like just like a plane, and make it like as big as you need these leaves to be, so that you can then create a alpha and a color map for that, and then if spec if you want, or whatever it is that you need, you know, whatever it needs to have. But that's like how you can make usable cards, is by using planes and then populating them with either nanomesh or fiber mesh. Fiber mesh, you wouldn't need to make a plane beforehand. You would just need to make the fibers like just planes that are sticking out, and then each one should have the exact same amount of topology. Don't use a whole ton of these, obviously, because if you do that, then it will be really, really hard to UV. But what you can do then is export the object into Maya. You could UV one of them, and then each one of them should have the same amount of topology, so transferring the UVs to all of those would be like no problem. And then you can just kind of put your whatever it is on it that you want to put on it, like an alpha that's a leaf shape. Have fun isolating to you too, babies. Hey Frashin, not much is up. Thank you. Okay. Let's dynamesh this. Only ZBrush, no Maya. Only ZBrush, no Maya. Well, I mean, if you wanted to just ZBrush, no Maya, do the same thing. If you wanted to make cards, though, you'd have to kind of like... So you could do the same thing. So you could just like make a plane, right? Take a plane, make sure that it has UVs in ZBrush. UV it in ZBrush, that's a plane, it's done. Now that you have that, then you can go into, you can't use this method with fiber mesh though. Keep that in mind. You make your plane, and then you can draw on it or project a leaf, right? A leaf. I would recommend that this leaf image that you have is like a PNG, so it's like kind of got a no background or whatever. You can project that on, and then you can extract that as the map to use. And then you will also want to make a black and white version of it as well, so then you could have an alpha, and then you can you should be able to populate that specific thing with nanomesh and have it all just be like leaf cards. You could do that, or you could just hand place them, right? It's honestly, it's easier to do when you have programs. I don't really know exactly what it is that you're trying to do with the leaves. Like, are you trying to populate a whole ton of them, or do you want just one leaf card and then you just want to like place that one leaf card around? Whatever. If it's just like placing it around, you can do that in ZBrush only. By what I just said is just like make a plane, UV it, project your image onto it, have a black white version for the alpha, and then you can enable your alpha. Once you put that into your map, you can actually enable that in display properties, I think. No, it's not display properties. Shoot, what is it? I can't remember. I'm like starting to space out now. It's kind of Can alphas be done in ZBrush? Yes, alphas can be made in ZBrush. You can create alphas via like from mesh even. Like if I do this, you can create a like an alpha from it, right? But it's based on the depth map. And then you can also shoot. You could also create one from the brush as well. Whatever brush stroke you make, you can create an alpha based on that. And then you can do alphas as well through like using planes too. Yeah, but that to a card. Yeah, you can, okay, frig. It's been a while since I've done this because I don't use ZBrush specifically for this kind of thing. So I'm not gonna try and figure it out on stream. Because it's gonna take up the rest of the time. What I would recommend you do is look at the hashtag #AskZBrush playlist on YouTube. There might be somebody else who have asked this kind of a thing. It's been a while since I've had to do something like that specifically because I have other programs, so I just kind of make alphas in other programs. Hello, how are you doing? That video from Dressed is something that can help you? Is that what it is? Do you guys hear Monty snoring? I don't know if you can hear that. No. No, he's not doing it now. I guess the mic isn't picking it up. There's a ZBrush competition going on. So how do we do? Yeah, so he's using images, right? Like, that's what it is he's like showing you how to do it. Yeah, so like I said, like have images that that have, like, you know, have a blank background or a black background, and then you can use, like, you know, use it as an alpha. But you need to already have an image, right? Like if you're asking to create images in ZBrush on top of that, I mean, you can, but it's like a whole other thing. In texture, what was it again? Oh man, yeah, but like you can make a texture from your mesh as well. I can't quite remember what it is. It's something in display, and you can enable alphas as well. I just don't remember where to find that specifically, because it's not something that I really like do in ZBrush. I'm curious though. Texture. Oh, no, either. Yeah, I can't quite remember, unfortunately. In addition to sculpting, what other 3D areas are you interested in or want to get into? I want to learn a lot more about lighting. And in terms of just like art in general, I want to learn more about painting landscapes. But lighting would be something I would be very interested in getting better at. Stay safe, don't touch your face. Oh, I think I'm not going outside anymore. I think my house is a safe space right now. No worries, Amber. Have a great sleep. Thank you, Ellie. Great for your productivity. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, no, it's nice to have like study buddies, right? Like that's how I like to think of these streams, is like study buddies. Hey, Maple. Thank you. Appreciates. It is pretty chill. It is an expensive tablet. If you're just getting into this, like, you know, you're not sure if you want to be professional about it or anything, I wouldn't recommend buying this tablet. It's very expensive. I was using for a while the Wacom Intuos Pro Medium though, and it's a little bit more affordable. It is still expensive, but not like in the thousands, you know? your vitamins. I agree. Yeah, the feet are really close together. I don't know. I like it for the pose though. The gesture. Hmm. Hey Cicada, how are you? Going? Hey Hanzo, how do I even make money doing these? During these streams are free. I don't make anything for these streams. But if you mean just like how do I make money doing 3D art, I get contacted by studios. Yeah, not game studios, but film and TV series is the work that I mostly do. This stuff right here that I'm doing right now is just sketching. Hey, renamed. Thank you. Give me pro tips for hands. Look at your own. That's a pro tip. You've got the best reference right here in front of you. Boom, boom, boom. I I've been good. I've been good. We're at 10 p.m. Okay. That means I gotta wrap up then. It's been Gucci. It's been, ooh, why did I put up my BRB text? My bad. Yes, there we go. Here, and I'll shove it in the chat as well. Shove my 10 p.m. EST, yeah. All right, so let me get this guy up there and over here and here and so yes, beauty. All right, thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I hope that you all stay safe and healthy. Don't touch your face, wash your hands, stay inside, do art, don't go out. I won't be live next week. I think I took next week off just so I could catch up with client stuff. And just like, you know, not over stress myself. But after that, I should have 4 streams in April. So unless like there's schedule conflicts, but I'm pretty sure I'll have 4 streams, like 4 weeks in April where I will be streaming. So see you in the next stream, and I hope that you guys get a bunch of stuff done. If you haven't already, follow Pixelogic. They have a whole host of other artists that stream on this channel, not just me, and they do a whole bunch of other different things, not just like weird creature deformed stuff like I do. Some people take stuff all the way to the very end, and some people are also doing stylized, like, you know, characters and stuff like that as well. So definitely follow Pixelogic if you haven't, and if you want to follow me on any of my socials, they are whoop, right here, right there. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. I hope you guys have a great night, and I think that's it. You think maybe somebody else is streaming after me? Yep. So Matt's gonna be on very shortly tonight. He's gonna be on at 7:30 p.m. PST. I think that's 10:30, so he's gonna be on in like less than a half an hour from now. So if you're interested in stylized characters, then you should definitely check him out as well. And I'll see you guys later. Have a good evening and the rest of your week. Bye bye.